にちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。
Greetings. Welcome, welcome. Every time I hear that konnichiwa, I laugh. I like that. Yeah, we're back. And I'm going to be actually starting on the overlay thing today. Yes. But first things first. I'm going to show you guys what I've done with the music. I have built a new thing called a music listener because the old thing. Also, I want to look at this. Oh. This. Okay. So, there's a couple of things we got to fix right off the bat. First, the old thing that I was doing in the music selector, where I was getting the length of the song and then setting a timer that was the length of the song, and it wasn't working right. I know why that wasn't working now. When we come back here on my desktop and we find the music file, you may notice there are now 931 items in here instead of the 106 that I had previously. I've added more music to this. And I've generated a quicker way to add these songs in here as well. I'll go over that a little bit later. But MP3 songs have something called a bit rate that tells you how much information is passing through the song. How much information is being played every second, right? And so you have what's called a constant bit rate, CBR, and a variable bit rate, VBR. And this is good information for streamers too, because we also have this type of bit rate depending on how you are streaming. Well, that particular function that I had was having a problem reading variable bit rates. And some of these songs had some funky bit rates on them. Like one of them was like 92, there was like one that was 112. And if it wasn't one of these standard approved bit rates, that particular command wouldn't report the length of the song accurately. I didn't find that out until after I had implemented an entirely new way to figure out when the song has ended. And I was talking with the person who actually wrote this whole Sammy program. And she told me, yeah, there's a problem with it detecting things with variable bitrate. It doesn't report the information accurately. Okay. That should be in the documentation. It was not in the documentation, but it should be in the documentation. So I fixed the bitrate of all of the songs that I'm using. So they're all 320 kilobits per second. So now, should I decide to use that function, it should report the song length accurately. But ultimately I decided to do something completely different. I was talking with ChatGPT and describing the problem that I was having with this with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT told me something really interesting. That OBS here, when you're connected through a WebSocket, and I am, because this bridge right here for Sammy is connected via WebSocket. Over here. So I am connecting to OBS via WebSocket version 5. ChatGPT informed me that, oh, did you know that OBS kicks back a bunch of alerts whenever you're connected to a WebSocket? And one of these alerts lets you know when a source, which are these right here, like this source, for example, and this source, for example, the little bar up here up top, it tells you when a media source has stopped playing. And I'm like, oh, really? So I created a button with a trigger that looks for media input playback ended on the main OBS connection. And then inside, it pulls the event from OBS and it saves that as in a variable called name. And then it pulls the loop from the global variables to see if the loop is active. And if the name of what triggered this button is music, and it goes inside here, and then it checks to see if the loop is active. If it is active, it calls to the music selector button. If the loop is not active, it calls to the stop music button. And when we take a look at this, we can see what it's returning. So every time the bar at the top of the screen changes, it returns the top transition. If I were to hit the stop music button, see, it returned the music for there for a second, and then it returned top transition. So every time the music stops playing in OBS, OBS kicks out that alert, hey, this media source has stopped doing what it was doing. This button is something in programming that we call a listener, because it just sits here and it listens for one particular thing. And this button is listening for that event to go off. And when it does go off, it comes in here and says, okay, so this event just happened. Did it happen with the music? If the answer is no, it doesn't do anything. If the answer is yes, it's like, this is what I was listening for. I'm gonna do my button stuff now. Listeners, this has the value of not needing to know the length of the song. All it knows is, hey, this music has stopped playing. Now we need to do the next thing, either shutting off all the music stuff or grabbing a new song to play. So this is a completely different method of doing the same thing. And that is one of the cool things about programming. And one of the things that I'm actually having a little bit of fun with Sammy is I'm running into a lot of walls with things that I'm trying to do that are not doing properly once I implement them in Sammy. So I'm having to take the time to think about a completely different way to achieve the same effect that will work within the confines of this program. It's a nice little brain teaser. It is a much easier way to do it, and it is much more accurate with fewer failure points. I'm very glad that ChatGPT suggested it, because honestly, I did not know that OBS kicked back that many alerts. But it does. OBS kicks back a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm able to actually track all of those alerts now, which is really, really cool. So yeah, this I implemented over the weekend. Yeah, this I implemented over the weekend. End of story. One thing I noticed yesterday during the live stream, and look how many of me there are, going all the way back into infinity. I noticed that when I was on the other transition screens, the top bar wasn't playing. I'm like, what's going on? Why is it just going to black and then switching? And it turns out, in order for that transition to play on the other scenes, I need to have this source present on the other scenes. And technically, I kind of want both of these sources present on the other scenes. So I'm going to implement that right now. I want music and top transition. I'm going to right click and I'm going to click copy. And then we're going to go to the ending screen. And I'm going to turn my audio on so that you can hear me. And you can see over here. Well, no, you can't see over here because it's not on this screen. But I'm going to just paste these in as reference. Now you can hear the music, and I can pull these down where they're supposed to go. Greetings, lady. Welcome, welcome. And now the top transition should work properly. Kinda. Okay. The top transition. No, the stream is not ending. I'm fixing something on the ending screen. Turns out that I need all of this stuff. These are what's not there. Triple third, no, all the way up to here. How's it looking on the triple third? So if I switch this back to 1. Okay. So copy these. Go to ending. delete this, delete this, delete this, and then I'm going to paste in the references. Second, triple the third, all these, there. Don't want any of these to move. Okay, now when I switch to mode 1, oh, we're on mode 1. Switch to mode 2. Okay, it's not chipping them, which is weird. Let's go here and see if they chip. Oh, it does chip them here. Why is it not chipping them here? Hum. Okay. So it's hitting the trigger. Okay, so first off, I want to make sure that I have this. We're going to copy that. And go to the break screen. And I'm going to remove this. And this. And this. And we're going to paste references for all of that stuff in here. And triple third goes right there. All of this stuff goes down below that. And then we lock all of this down. And then we go to the starting screen, and we're going to do it here as well. Okay, the music stops because it's not there. Delete this. And we're going to paste in the references. And all that goes below there. Lock all of these. Okay. Okay. So it's working on this screen, but it's not working on the other screen. So let's go into Top Changer and see what is going on. Do I need to do this for every scene? That would be annoying. That would be annoying. So how could I get around having to do this for every scene? The easy answer would be write it into a text file instead of directly in OBS. But why is the transition working when the others are not? That is the question. We'll go back to the break screen to test. So it's changing these, but it's not changing the others. It's not changing the visibility on these. But is it changing? It is. But it didn't turn it off. So it's having trouble changing the visibility. Okay, so Sammy is having trouble changing the visibility on items on different scenes. Okay, that was a single to triple. Now if I go back here. Okay, so Sammy and OBS are behaving differently. Let's go take a look at bam. Let's look at the Sammy resources here. Put this about right there. These are some of the protocols that I was in fact looking at. I want to look at sources. That's themes, sources. Actually, I want to look at both of these. In transitions, remove transitions, set transition settings. Let's go sources. Use nested seams. Change visibility. Okay. I can leave it blank to reference the active scene. That is information that is nice to have in the documentation. Okay. So if I want this to reference, I don't have to have the scene name in there. Right, I can do this. I hope this works, because if it doesn't, I'm gonna have to build this array of things here for every single scene, which is just going to be annoying. Okay. Make sure this is still working. It is. Let's go to the break screen and see if it's working now. Like a charm. Check out the ending screen. Oh, lovely. That's what I like to see. Okay, now we have the top bar implemented properly across all the scenes. Because I can just leave this value blank and it'll reference whichever scene is active. I just have to make sure that the items are active in the current scene, which they are, because I put them in every scene. And every new scene that I create is going to start by duplicating an existing scene, so they're always going to be there. We'll save that, and we'll save this. Denote saving that. Bam. Bam. Now. We're going to start changing things around in the scene. And the first thing I'm going to do is shrink the left display here. So it may look like it's difficult because there's a whole bunch of stuff, but no, it's really just this one little thing right here that I can shift around. So I'm just gonna shrink it down to about there for the moment, and we're going to take a look at some more of the files that I have in streaming assets. I think I brought them over. Did I bring them over? Or did I not bring them over? If I didn't bring them over, it's okay. They're right here on the desktop. Aha. This and this and these pieces are probably going to be important soonly. Maybe this piece. And maybe that piece. Cut. Desktop. Paste. Bam. Now we got these pieces in here. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Where'd the music go? Did the music break? Let's restart the music. Chill. Name of the song. Okay. We're going to bring in an image for the moment. Desktop. Streaming assets. Okay. We need to bring this back down to the bottom. Yeah, we'll bring it just to the bottom for the time being. Okay. So you can see how this fits in. This is the setup that I had before. And we can kind of size this appropriately. So if I want this to be that big, then I need this set up.
Could you possibly try not to hit every single one?
Okay, so if I want it to be that big, I need to adjust this setup ever so slightly. So let me see if I can lean out of the frame right here and just kind of print screen. Okay. Paint. Aha. I just need this little section right here. In a file that I can bring into Photoshop. Just like that. This is a reference ping. Okay. Photoshop streaming assets. I need the the background. And I need the reference PNG and the frame PNG. So where's the reference? Here's reference. And I need the background chatting piece. Gaming overlay. That's it. That's what I need. Gaming overlay. Okay, and I need to take the reference into the gaming overlay. Oh no, it is not exactly the same size. This is all kinds of horrible. Ooh, I know how I can fix this. We need the magic wand. Where is the magic wand? I've reinstalled Photoshop since the last time I was here. That's way too high. Let's put that at 0. That's much better. And in theory, if I delete that, I can now just scale this to the window size and it should work. Pretty much. Okay, now if I turn this on and off, it's not perfect, but it gives me a pretty accurate representation of where I need to cut, which is right here. Okay, I'll turn that off. Okay, so my new border basically should look like this. With this much room for the video, this being a adequate sidebar, and that's how big the bottom bar is going to be. So now I can take this information And we'll bring this over here onto the background. I can drop that on right there and get a basic idea of how big I want background shapes to be individually. So this is going to be where the video is. The top bar is going to be up there on top. So the first thing that I can do is zoom way over here on the corner and remove this top section right here. And I can zoom in and get that pixel perfect on this bar, and we'll, bam, delete that. Okay, so that's going to take into account the top bar. Okay, now I want these pieces to be individual pieces, because I kind of want this frame to be built as part of the stinger when it's coming in. I need to move OBS back over here for a moment to make sure everything is happening properly. So, I kind of want these to, the frame to build itself as the scene is coming around. Okay. These seem to be at the right resolution for what I'm using them at. So I should just be able to cut this up. Oh, it is not, because I messed it up right here. How many pixels are we talking about? Can I just paint that back on there? 2. I think I could just pencil that back in. Get the pencil tool. Change the size of the pencil tool to 2. And then I click on this, I click on that color. And then I click here and then click the shift button so I can't go anywhere but up. And we just go all the way back up. That might be an issue. Not that big of an issue. Okay, so we'll just take the size of this all the way down to 1. And I will grab this color. That. There! We have repaired it. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do with this yet.
My thinking parts, why must you hurt them so?
And GLaDOS. Okay. I need to grab this part of the button here. Button. Oh, button. Okay. Okay, part 1. That piece. Take that off temporarily. Is that just artifacting? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. Now I want to grab this piece right here. Just like when painting a graphic, to make sure you grab something, you only need the top right corner and the bottom left corner. Wait, strike that. Reverse it. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. Maybe a cut. Okay, and now, wha-bam! That section's gone. And the only piece left is this one. So I need to find one more thing. We're gonna find it. Twitch player banner. Oh, I can find it in my cloud. Where I built all the other pieces of the overlay, which, come to think of it, I could probably find the other pieces inside this overlay here. That was my reference. Here's the background. We'll take this, we'll bring this over here because I'm going to need this to make new pieces. Are the previous pieces still here? That one is there. Don't need that. Don't need that. These are the pieces of the stinger, which I already have. Logo. And those are just the individual pieces of the top bar. Okay, so I just need this. And we're going to duplicate this layer. Move this down here and then shut that off. And then I want this. Select the inverse of that. Go to this layer and cut that out of it. Delete that. And then grab the layer style from this. Copy layer style. Over here, we need to paste layer style. Where is it? There it is. Ding! Now it's a 3D object, just like the other objects were. Except it's exactly the right size for this object down here that I needed it to be. Now I can do this, and we've got the three major panels that I need to fix up the background panels. Right behind me. This one, and this one. Okay, so I've already got a background image, so let's turn the background image off. And we'll pull these out one at a time. In the reference image, we can delete the reference image. Okay, we will export this. Waiting for the export dialog takes so long. So long. Streaming assets. We're going to call this main social. We turn that off. We turn this on. We're going to export this. We call this main chat. Turn it off and turn this on. And then we're going to export this. The keyboard shortcut for exporting in Photoshop is Control-Alt-Shift-W. All at the same time. Okay, so that's the bottom holder position. Now, if we bring OBS back over here, I'm going to import a new image. This is going to be called Actually, I'm gonna go take a look at the break screen and see what I called it over there. Is that top part this? It is not. So I can just do this. So no, because it's in the. Okay, yeah, it's in its own spot there. What I mean by that is when I take it off. Oh, it's not. I just positioned it. Okay, so I absolutely can do that. Oh, does that mean I want to do it with the other ones? Oh, that would make it make more sense. It would make it make more sense. I wonder if I could spin it. That would be cool when it came onto the page if it just spun around and came out. I might be able to do that. Either way, we're going to copy this. I wonder if that's the same box on all of these pages. Top box? It is. Okay. Then I can just put top box right here. So we can just paste a reference to top box, which is right there. And bring it down here to the bottom. It just kind of snaps around the other pieces that are already there. So if I delete these background images for the moment, top box is right there on this frame. And it's just that one piece. Yes. Okay. Pikachu. Oh, because you changed the little. Is that Pikachu or is that Pichu? I think that's Pichu. It might be Pikachu. Pika. Okay. I was distracted by Pokemon. So what I'm gonna do here is a couple of things. We have a big reference thing over here that I can just like delete this. Right? I can delete this. I will make a new layer and delete the entire layer. Thank you. I'm gonna take this, drop it over here, and then I'm gonna go image, canvas size, and we're just gonna make the height like 2000. Bam, and then I'm gonna go to image, trim, all the transparent pixels. It is Pichu. Haha, I know my Pokemon. So now it's exactly the size that I need it to be. And now I'm going to export this again. And we're gonna wait. I mean, Pikachu is in there. he is in the store because it's the entire Smash Brothers lineup, and Pikachu is one of the playable characters in Smash Brothers. So Pikachu is definitely in the store with a bunch of different outfits and like hats and cool stuff like that. Okay, main chat. Replace that with this. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to grab this bottom holder bar. Put this in here. I'm going to delete this layer and that layer. And then I'm going to change the canvas size to like 2000 wide. Really? Oh, I forgot a 0. And now I'm gonna trim it. Bam. And now we have something that is exactly this size that I can now export. Oh, I see you found Pikachu with the hat. Export. This is the bottom. Where is it? Background box, there it is. Now in OBS, take this image and we're going to make this the bottom holder right here. Way up there, we're going to drop it right here in the corner, and we're going to rename it bottom holder, as in bottom placeholder. So I'm going with that. And then we need to add another image, and this one is going to be chat box. That's going to be pointing at the chat box, main chat. And we just want to bring this all the way down here to the bottom. And just slot that in right there. And now I have a background that is exactly the right dimensions for what I want to do with it. Now, getting things placed here properly. We're going to go back over to the starting screen. Where we're going to go. We're going to grab the social media up there. We're going to copy that. Come back to the gaming screen. And then paste a reference in here. Of that, I'm going to go down all the way to the bottom. Right over the top box, we're going to move this over here. And see if I nailed it the first time. Oh, I think that's actually pretty good. Yeah. So I have social media right there, just firing off right above us. And then I've got chat. But I want to do chat in a new, different, and exciting way. So I'm going to be bringing in an external chat from Streamlabs. Chat box. So I have a chat box over here. It looks like this. So this is what I want to be doing. I'm curious about this space at the top. If that's going to fill up when this demo chat here reaches the bottom. No, okay. Okay, so let's move this off stream. Put that in there. Let me add a browser source. Chat. Okay. So let's test chat. Aha! It is working. So if I just shrink it, piffed. Okay. Let's just shrink that. Like that. Okay. More chat. Okay, I think that's pretty legible. Let's write a really long message to test how it displays multiple lines in the chatter box thingy. Okay. It does not like cons lines. Oh, it's because there's no spaces. Okay. Both of these chats do this, where they don't write things underneath. I wish it displayed underneath the I wonder if I switch it to a different style. Let's try this. New style looks a lot like the old style. Let's try boxed. Is it not updating it? Ooh, it might just not be updating it. Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm going to Okay, so I'm gonna bring this back out here. You guys can see what I'm working with on the chat thing. Is this. But it doesn't seem to actually be changing it over here. Oh, because I'm using a custom CSS file to make it go from the top to the bottom. Ah. Okay. Ads. Ah, yes, ads are going. It's okay. I'm just figuring stuff out for the moment. Okay. What is causing the problem? I mean, it should be displaying it as a block, right? If I do that, I need to put that code somewhere so I won't forget about it. And then do this. Okay, so no, that didn't fix it. White space, no wrap. Huh. column reverse. Huh. Try that. Okay, I think we're maybe closer. So now it's truncating the names, but it is displaying it. Okay. It's getting there. It's truncating the names, and I don't want it to do that. But I think that just has to do with the width setting that I'm giving it. Okay. We're getting closer. It's aligned on the wrong side. Right, text aligned to the left. And let's do this. Okay. I think that's readable on the screen. Yeah, and it has the person's name up top and then what they wrote right below it. It adequately reflects the, it catches it even if it's not, doesn't have spaces in it now. And it shows what platform they're on, whether Twitch or YouTube, and it has the appropriate icons next to it. Looks like it's catching the username colors properly as well. Now I just need to stretch it all the way down to the bottom of the screen. I wonder. Can I do this? Nope. Can I do this? Nope. Can I do this? Nope. Okay, do I set the size of the chat box somewhere here? No. Do I set it here? Ooh, I do. Okay. So if it's currently has a height of 600, let's make it a height of 1200. Oh, yep, that's it. That does it. That does it. All of the emotes should work. Twitch, it shows it right here. Better TTV, Pranker Face, and the 7TV emotes, as well as Twitch and YouTube emotes. They should all function properly. Okay, so I need. We'll make this a 2000, so it's appropriately long enough. Bring it all the way back down here. There. And now chat will be behind me. So you can see your current chat messages above my head, and the other chat messages go down behind me right there. Sus. So with that, with chat now implemented behind me right there, this can go away. Just remove that entirely. Okay. So now chat is implemented behind me properly. It's going from the top down. Social media thing is implemented behind me properly. The top bar is working. Now, what are we going to do with this little section down here on the bottom? Well, I have a couple of ideas for that. And it starts with Sammy. So over here in the Twitch, you see there's this unnamed button here, but this unnamed button, although it doesn't have any triggers, what it does do is this, right? So it's going to get my channel info, Narishm, save it as Nari info, then it's going to get the game info, nariinfo.game name, and save that as Nari game. Then we're going to go into Nari game and get the box art URL and save that as Nari box. And then we're going to do a string replacement on the Nari box and call it Nari fix and replace the width and height with 144 by 192. And then we're going to change a source in OBS called OBS called Gamebox2 to this new fixed URL. And now when I run that and I go back over here to Gamebox2, which I have set up, which is behind the thing, but bam, it's right here. Okay. It should be on top of everything. Oh no. Is it exactly the right size? It's exactly the right size. Okay, so when I click the button in Sammy, undefined. Game development. There it goes. There it goes. Look at that. That is the game development section logo that is displaying on Twitch. So I can use this functionality. Yeah, I know, right? I can use this functionality to automatically grab the game title and image from Twitch and display it here without me having to change anything here. All I do is when I change the game on Twitch, it's going to update this little icon to the box art of the game, and then I can put something down at the bottom that says like, well, this is what game I'm playing or whatever, you know? So yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking, like putting this right here and then putting like the game name like here or something, and then putting some like goals or things down here at the bottom. Now this is a little bit too tall for what I was wanting, but that's okay. I can shrink it ever so slightly like this. I could do that, or, ooh, I could cut a hole in the background and just put it behind it. And just let that like exist in the background behind everything. And you look at it through a little hole in the, ooh, I'm kind of liking that idea. Okay. Now, what I need to do here is make a hole. This is for yeah. Yes. But how else will you make the awesome? Okay, so I have that right there. How many pixels wide is the thing? Where's OBS? Here it is. Oh, I also have it in Sammy. I have the information right here. With 144. Okay. Let's get 4x4 right there. Right there. Three. Okay, and now if I cut on the layer right here, let me be a cut. Look at that. I've made a box. And I can remove this. Oh. And now it's a window. Now I can export. And I export this as the bottom border. And now in Twitch, I take this and go all the way down here at the bottom. Look at this. The little window is there. And then with this behind the little window, bam. And then I just scoop this like a little bit. Bam, look at that. Now we got the little like border window right there. And that's gonna update with the box art for the game that I'm playing. Or not only that, but whatever section that I am broadcasting in on Twitch is going to display right there. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, now I've still got a lot of space down there to use for stuff. Is the box art enough? Or should I put the name of the game that I'm playing as well? I am already crowding the display with information. There is another thing that I want to put on here. We need another image. Call this one background. And this is going to be the background image. Bam, just like that. And background is going to go all the way down to the bottom because it's in the background. And it's just going to make things look a little bit better, like when the name is changing up here across the top of the screen now. See, there's just the darker background behind it instead of just black. And should Gamebox not be here, you'll just see that there's like a darker section back there underneath it. I would like a display that shows the other people I'm playing with. So, a couple of things that I'm hoping. I'm hoping that this new chat feature that I'm using back here is going to grab the multi-chat that happens. So I'm hoping it grabs the multi-chat. I'm thinking about putting the game title like right here. What just happened to Pikachu? He just poofed. So I think I'm just going to call this Game Box. And then I need to go into Sammy right here. That is lovely. I renamed the source in OBS. Sammy caught that I renamed it and renamed the instance in Sammy to match it. I like that. That's nice. Also, this is a really awesome song. If you've never played Mega Man 3, it's got really, really good music, including the title theme. No, wait, this is Mega Man 2. Mega Man 3 also has a really awesome title theme section. Oh yeah, I want to put something. Yes. Also, I figured out why there's a limiter on the jump command. It doesn't have anything to do with stream alerts or streaming avatars, which is the program. It's the Twitch chat spam blocker that's doing it, because you can't enter the exact same message more than once every 30 seconds. Twitch blocks it. I don't think I can get around that. But the jump command takes arguments. What do I mean by argument? I mean that when you type in the jump command, jump like this, you put a space and then you can put a number. And it will accept that as a jump command. Or it should. Bam, there it goes. So, if you want to jump multiple times, just put a random number behind the jump. As long as it doesn't match a message that you typed within the last 30 seconds, Twitch won't block it and you can jump as much as you like. Okay. Jump 42. Yep. There are other commands. You have left, which will make your character turn and walk to the left. You can designate how many pixels to the left or right that you want your character to move, so you can move them to a particular location. I believe there's a sit command that makes them sit down at that location. There is a dance command that makes them do a little flourish. You can do the attack command. To make them go over and whack another character. You can do the bomb command. Which would make them bomb another character. Yeah, bombing run. But yeah, apart from channel points, there are a lot of commands that you can use for basically free. You have a slot machine if you type slots. I did it at the edge of the screen, but you can pull up a slot machine and you can gamble if you type slots and then a number, how many of your points you get in getting slots over there. I won 10 from the slots. So I want to go left, say 200 to get me off the edge of the screen. And then I want to slots 200. And pull up a slot machine and do some gambling. Slots! So there are a bunch of commands. Apart from just jump, that you can have fun with. You see, I won 400 that time because I bet 200, so. Okay, so other things that I want to do with this thing right here. I want to have a spot for my health bar, say like right here. And then I need a text that is, we'll say game name. Game name goes here. I want to outline on it. Outline color. We'll say kind of a twitchy purple. Okay. Okay. And I think the limit for people who can be in the multi-chat is 4, a shared chat session. Caster ID. Okay. So what I'm doing is looking through this, by the way. This is telling me all the information that I can get from the Twitch channel. And I'm looking to see if I can get the little display icon of the person. Get their name and get the channel description, the ID. Profile image URL. So I can pull the profile image. What's this do? Aha. So I would need 3 images and 3 text boxes for each of the one for each of the people. I would be a given. Okay, so let's take a look here. Okay. The pull info button. We're pulling the game box info right there. Bam. I also need the game name. So we're going to go ahead and check this down here. That goes under. Yeah, that goes over. Okay. Game name goes right here. Got it. I could create another hole right there, so that game name would be like written on the background, and you could like see it 3D inside the frame. I think that might actually, well, I don't know, because the game names are never going to be like super big. But ideally, I could make it a marquee. Right. So let's test out marquee. Is marquee still here? Did they remove the marquee? Is marquee a setting? That's the wrong thing. This is an effect. It is. It's a scroll effect. Okay. Okay, that's what I want to avoid. So if I go here, let's see, limit the width to, that's about 135. Well, let me say 200. That's 200 there. So let's say 1,000. So about there. What if I say 1,500? Takes it about here. Okay. Uh, 50 seems like a good speed. Okay. Then, if the game name just changes, if it shrinks too low, I want it to stop, like, scrolling. Okay. Well, I would like it to stop. come back? Oh no, it doesn't come back. Oh. So I have to hit loop to get to come back. This does not have the functionality that I want it to have. I would very much like the text to go like to the left and then like maybe back to the right, like bouncing back and forth if it's too long. And not just like loop all the way around. Like this could be good in some circumstances if I have like a news ticker or something like that. But if it's something that's just a little bit too long for the area that it's in, I would like it to just kind of go to the left and then stop at the end of the text and go to the right and stop at the end of the text. Okay. OBS. You're telling me that nobody has made just one person has made like a text scroller thingy? Okay. Oh. I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to do. Um, this seems like a fix to a problem that's already been fixed. Because this guy calls this plugin a dynamic text scroller, but this is a dynamic text scroller. And from everything I see in his documentation, all he's done is put these functions on the arrow keys. As far as adding anything to the functionality of what this scroll can do, it doesn't look like anything has been added to it. You can't make it switch to scrolling after it reaches a certain size. You can't make it scroll in any direction other than from right to left or down to up. And you can't make it like rock back and forth on a bit of text. None of that is possible with this guy's add-on, and none of that is possible with this either. So I don't see the purpose of this add-on. Like, why do people make fixes for problems that are already fixed and don't address the problems that are not fixed? Like, this seems like one of the definitions of stupid. So I'm gonna solve the problem that's already been solved by the manufacturer. Thanks. Okay, well, initially, I will look at this more in depth after I get everything set up here, I think. Okay, so I want my health bar to be about right here, and I want the game chat, the game name to be about right there. And then down here, I want 3 sections for other people that are playing the game. What else? What other information would people like to know about the stream? Maybe how long the stream has been on. I could do that. I could make a timer for how long the stream has been active on this particular day and put that right there. That might be good. Hum. Okay, I'll wonder. I may have to do this by cutting more holes in the background. That may be a thing. Okay. We're gonna go into Sammy and we're gonna grab some more. We're gonna grab some more information. I need the game name is already being pulled right here, but I need to save that information. make some more local variables. I need the game name. I need use collab one name. Collab one picture. Okay. So, and I'm gonna need to pull that information for all of these guys as well. That variable already exists. Bum, 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 bum. Semi. Okay, so we already got game name. Okay. Profile image URL. Display name. Don't need that. Profile image URL. And display name. Okay, I don't need either of those open. Okay. And then we're going to take a look at shared chat participants. So I will need to change it a little bit when shared chat participants come online. Okay, so I'm going to add an image called Collaborator 1. Just set that right there. And I'm going to add a text box. Okay. Okay, let's make it that for right now. Oh, it is. It's really big. We will shrink this down to a more manageable size. Such as that. Okay. Rename this. Bam. Name and image for collaboration. Okay, now. Okay. Okay, we're getting closer. That's the wrong way. Name undefined. Okay. Why is it pulling random info? Okay, let's take a look here at the get user info. It should be pulling the display name. Follow name, username. Get user info. Follower name. Oh. Okay. This should just be pull data. Switch command. Switch. Switch get user info. Yeah, I do need to bundle one of these down. And this is going to be game name. And that's just going to be our game. Okay. Why is it pulling that? Oh. It's an array. There we go. It was returning an array. That's why it was giving me a weird thing. So now that and that update automatically to whatever I have it set to on Twitch. So I don't have to worry about changing things or looking for like logos to put on the screen or anything like that. All of that is handled automatically. Bam. Now, I want to get this stuff as well, which now that I know it's returning an array, I should be able to just pull my own info on there. I can pull broadcaster name, yeah. Tags. Okay. Okay, so how... Twitch get... get user for me. Okay. Okay, so now I have all of the information that I'm going to pull from the collaboration right here. I'm gonna pull that. Okay. So display name. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm pulling the name now. So we're pulling the name correctly. What I think is going on wrong with this, if I had to guess, is that we're not passing it the correct information. Yeah, because that URL needs to be fixed first, doesn't it? No? So I think I need to just wait for a lot of these. Add a wait function. Wait until variable exists right here. And we're gonna put it right here. Yeah, it was trying to update this before I actually had the variables. That's okay. Just making it wait until the variable exists until it does the next part. More than enough to make sure all that updates correctly. Now this is just the collaboration stuff, and I don't know why this is not setting correctly. Oh! Does it need to be a browser source? Okay. I think a cat has arrived. Hello. The kitty has arrived. This kitty doesn't do normal kitty things like for attention. Morris does not like being picked up. He doesn't like climbing up on your lap or anything. So he won't hop on the desk. He won't hop up on your lap or your chair or anything. He just sits on the floor and meows as if I speak cat. Yes, I see you down there. There's a cat climby thing right here. Why don't you climb up on the climby thing? And then I can see you. Do you not want me to pet you? You just want to rub your face on my hand? I guess that was all that he wanted, was to rub the face on the hand. Okay. Ha ha ha! Look at it's me! Ha 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 ha. Okay. I have discovered how this works. Okay, so now, in theory, if I shrink this down, I should be able to pull up the image and name of anybody that's in a collaboration stream with me. The moment the collaboration begins, everybody that pops in, poof, their name appears here. So that even people on the YouTube side of things can see who the collaborators are. And I think we're limited to 4. How many streams can you have on Twitch? Five. You can have up to 5. So I need 5 little slots down here on the bottom to denote the other people that are playing or could be playing with me on stream. Aha. Five, huh? But then a section for Fugi would probably not go amiss. Let's see. The question is real estate of this little bar down here. Now that I think about it, I kind of want to put the Fugi right here. Which means, where do I put the other collaborators? Do I build a new top bar section with 5 little sections to show the collaborators up there? I could. And then that way that would only turn on when people are collaborating. That would be annoying because I would have to build a whole new section for it. And then I would need a single, double, and triple in and out to the 5 section bar. I could probably make it fairly easy though. Okay, let's see how this looks. Shrink down small enough to fit on there. And that would fit on there, yeah? I think it would. Let's drag it all the way back up to the top. It'd be small. I wonder how much space. Okay, let's do some checking here and see how much space I would have. Right here is where I need to be, I think. This was my checker, I believe. Oh, Morris is coming back. I looked at him while he was in the hallway and he's like, yep, come in for more pets. You have made the eye contact? Okay, now for this thing. Yes, I see you down there. You walked into the most awkward place. Okay. I need to unlink this. And I want that to be only 20%. That is 1/5. Right there. That is 1/5. So that is exactly what I need. Duplicate that. Duplicate it again. And take these two and duplicate them. So now I should have 5 sections that are equally sized. And that can be where I show the collaborators. 5 equally sized sections up top. And then I just need this again. I have cut off part of it. Ground. Yeah, this will work. Let's combine these 2 images. put that back together. Now I can duplicate this. Leave the original down there. Take this one up here. Cut pieces out of. Dagnabbit. And now I can duplicate that. I accidentally merged all visible layers instead of just the 2 layers I had selected. Okay, now with this here, I can do this and cut out the exact pieces that I need. That's the wrong tool. Bam. Maybe cut. There we go. Bam. Here we cut this. And then last section. That. And then paste layer style. We still got that? Yes. Bam. Look at that. 5 little button sections. Okay. Turn this off. And turn this off. And now I can create the 6 sections that I need for this. When I look in streaming assets, I stopped naming them at top bar 10. So I'm going to need 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay. Does that mean I need a 4-sectioner up there as well? Possibly. I might need to expand my button control. I don't think I have enough space. Don't know. Let's see. Okay. First things first, we'll just start by making the ones that I have. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-bum, bum, bum. Okay, this is going to be top bar 11. Okay. Top bar 12. Top bar 13. Top bar 14. Top bar 15. I'm gonna have to come up with better names for these. Top bar 16. Okay, I can delete this and this. And I need to turn that piece back on. I have another duplication of this. Like that. Here we go. And now I want to okay. Duplicate. And then duplicate both. And now I have the 4 panel. If I'm gonna have a 5, I need to have a 4. Okay, now we take this again. And I take this tool. Oh. Okay, and then cut that. Select this, cut it out of this, delete that, select this, cut it out of this. And then to all of these, we're going to apply the layer style, bam. And then, once we turn the background off, bam, we have the 4-part bar. Okay, and then I turn that piece off. And we save here. Waiting for the thing to appear. I'll move this back over here so I can see it. I guess we're starting at 17. Renaming these out of order. That's 18. How fitting that we should end up with 21 of these. Okay. So now we have all the sections for 4 and 5. Okay. I'm going to throw up my break screen real quick, take a quick little break, and I will be right back. Greetings, I have returned. Okay. Let me click over here. All right. Now. We got that section there. And I've got this, which is now going to be up there on top. And there's going to be two new sections. So when I go into Sammy, right here, switch to mode 4. Switch to mode 5. Okay, so we're going to expand that so that we have toggles for all 5 of the modes, with these still needing to be programmed in. And then the music controls up there. And then I'm gonna need this button over here. And we're gonna rename this button Twitch Info. I'm just making all of these buttons that automatically do things. My do not touch area. Okay, and I can delete that now. I was thinking of combining the Twitch and YouTube sections together. Because I don't really need. I wish I could just like drag from this buttons from here into here, but it won't let me do that. I have to go in here and I have to click and I have to copy. I have to go in here and paste. Delete that. I doubt Twitch is gonna change their policy on multi-platform streaming. And even if they did, I doubt I would really care. And that wouldn't affect this anyway. Okay. And, you know, if push came to shove, I would just stop streaming on YouTube, because YouTube is a platform that has done absolutely nothing for me in the 10 years that I have been making content for YouTube. I mean, it was even apparent when I came back and started streaming again as a VTuber. I streamed to YouTube exclusively for an entire year, and I gained maybe 10 followers on YouTube during a year. I went over to Twitch, and I was streaming on Twitch for 3 months. 3. And I made affiliate. I mean, if that doesn't say it all, then... Okay, now... So many things I need to do. First, we're going to turn off... What's in this? Nope, leave that on. Operator. Oh yeah, I moved it up here. Okay. I turn those off. Unlock that. I want Foogie. Where's Foogie? Foogie be active. Here it is. Bam. What's already the right size and everything? Okay, I want this to kind of be right here. And we will shrink it down a little bit more. So all the Foogie people appear right here. Yeah. I think that's okay. Yeah, that looks okay. Oh, ads are starting soon. Okay, Boogie's here. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. I would have to set that up per... I was thinking about having this bottom bar here switch out. And have like the Fugi crew on like a different bar. And have that swap every little bit as well. I'm trying to think of how I would code it. Well, you know, I could just have like a cutout panel right here that swaps out. And it would only need to like slide down and slide back in. I'm also going to need to modify this layout depending on what the aspect ratio of the game is I'm playing and how many screens it has, both of which are very important. Okay. Let us see here. Done all of that. And I figured out what the jump timer restrictions was going on there. In the process of doing the new layout, I need Okay. Oh my god. Why does the links have to be problematic? Okay. I do have Atari 5200 games that I can run. And that runs at aspect ratio of 4:3. I have Atari Lynx games I can run. And that runs at an aspect ratio of 157? What kind of aspect ratio is that? Okay. New aspect ratio for 10:7. For 20:19. For 15:9 plus a 4:3, which is the 3DS screen dimensions. About 2 times 2, which is the DS screen dimensions. With 3:2, this is the Game Boy Advance. For 10:9, this is the original Game Boy layout. GameCube is 4:3, the Switch is 16:9. Wii is 4:3 and 16:9. All of the Sega systems are 4:3. All of the Sony systems are 4:3. So this is 16:9, what I'm currently using right here. These are specialty ones that I need to make. But most things run in either 16:9, which is widescreen, or 4:3, which is original. I guess it's the old CRT standard, 4:3. So when you're playing any of the old systems like the NES or the SNES or the Genesis or the Master System or the Dreamcast or the PlayStation or the Sega Saturn, all of those are in a 4:3 aspect ratio, which means the screen is not going to take up this much space. It's going to take up about this much space. So I'm going to have extra space available. So yeah, it's not going to be this wide. It's going to be about this wide. Right? So if you look inside this little box right here where I'm drawing, not this wide, this wide. In fact, I can probably What were some of those other aspect ratios I was looking at here? Look back. Oh. I'm looking for an aspect ratio calculator. Oh, oh, I'm being abducted. I'm gone. I'm back.
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
I see what you're doing. Ow. I can refund all your points back. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So I have a comparison image. Now can I can just bring this in here as an image. Okay, so this is what 16 by 9 versus 4 by 3 looks like. So the whole image here is 16 by 9, which is what the background back there is. But this green area here is a 4 by 3. So if we're looking at how much extra area I'm going to have, this whole blue area right here is going to be extra panel that can be either on this side or on this side when I'm doing a 4 by 3 stream. I also have the option of making it like this, right? So if I make it this big, we're gonna have extra panel that's about that much, and it will delete the bottom panel entirely. So I have that option for 4 by 3 as well, which would mean redoing this stuff a little bit and probably putting it in the little bit of panel that's displayed right here. Yeah. And then we would just have a bigger picture of 4 by 3. But then I've also got a lot of these layouts that do weird things. Like the 3DS pulls a 15 by 9, which is almost widescreen, but then it also has a 4 by 3. So I would need to make another 4 by 3 screen for the bottom screen and put that somewhere else in the layout. Probably down here on the bottom when I'm running that that particular layout. Now the 3DS has two 3 by 2 screens, so does the Game Boy Advance, which again are almost widescreen but not quite. So that would be a little bit more difficult. And then the Game Boy is a 10 by 9, which is almost 4 by 3, but not quite. And then Atari and Neo Geo are just nuts. Most of the games and stuff that I do will be able to use the whatchamacallit, the standard layouts. But there's a couple of things, and I want to be able to future-proof this, that are going to need custom layouts. And so I'm not only going to need to make the main layout here, but the customizable ones as well. And switching between them. Not to mention a chat layout. And I have a couple of ideas for this. And maybe have a redeem that goes active to swap this. I don't know. Or maybe just let both of them exist on the break screen. I could do that. auto trigger the ads when I take a break. I think that would be good. That'll, as long as I'm taking consistent breaks, that'll mean that the gameplay is never interrupted by an ad. If the gameplay ever does get interrupted by an ad, it means I did not take a break when I should have, because the ads on my channel are scheduled to run every hour. Okay. Now the next thing I want to do is get this guy set up properly. Now, I need just a blink button in here. Just need something simple as a placeholder. I think we can just use the Sammy action one, I think. Maybe. What is something that doesn't do anything? Oh, a text button. Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. There's 16 by 9. There's 4 by 3. Okay. 4x3. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I will have gaming scenes across the bottom. And then my active scenes right there in the middle. And then changing from one panel to another up there on the top. Um, so the OBS controls may initiate me having this Sammy. These two can be for OBS. Because I think I have enough scenes that would demand two sets of controls. Start in, break with ads and break without ads. And then chatting. Start in, break, break, chatting. That would be 5 scenes. Two, 3 buttons. Okay. And then on the other one, I need a 16:9, a 4:3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 16:9. And then 2 additional. So I would have to combine some of these. So I don't think it would be that far-fetched to stretch some of these that are almost consistent. First, let's copy this. And I'll paste it here. Now I can delete that. this is going to go to page 8. Okay, so I have break and I have break. Oh, I have break with ads. Are there any other controls I would need here from OBS? I would need for OBS from here specifically. Yeah, going there doesn't do anything yet. So I would just name this special scenes. And then anytime I would need like special out of the ordinary scenes, right? So I would have my 16:9 and then I would have the 4:3 that I would be using all the time for the majority of everything. So yeah, so I can have break, and then I can have gaming, and then I can put chatting over here. So I could basically do that. I don't know if I would need any other kind of screen scene. Maybe one for racing. I wonder how difficult it would be to start racing again. Okay, so I would have one for racing and just the game without anything else on top of it, in case I'm not the one hosting the race. That makes sense to me for the amount of scenes that I would need here. Okay. Need this to be green. Okay. Need the white one. There. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have video scene. DS scene, a 3DS scene. Okay. Okay, special Nintendo consoles right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is so these are specialty scenes. if I find myself playing one of these other consoles that's outside of the normal OBS range. I don't think actually copy this. That would be all the scene controls that I need. Specialty system scenes right here. This one I haven't filled out yet. There might be a case where I would need a scene with just my avatar so that I could pipe that out if I was on somebody else's show. Because I have had that use case pop up in the past where I was on one of Fillion's talk shows. Okay, now for Sammy controls, I need to expand this out. I've got another panel here. Can I put them all on the same page? So I've got 5 of these. I would have 5 of these, and I would have 5 of these. Put that over here where I'm not gonna be messing with it. question is for music, do I need a single start button? I mean, I think I would. I want to have these mode switchers on the same one, but that would mean moving music to somewhere else entirely. I don't imagine that would have a lot to do with my avatar. So 5 for music and 5 for avatar would be okay, I think. I'll go here. There. So I have those buttons run along the bottom. I will be looking into what controls these are going to be a little bit later on. And then this. here, this should go back to page 1. That should go back to page 1. So now, if I hit that button again, it turns it all. I switch back and forth, hit it twice to turn it all. Same thing for OBS. This button should go to page 2. That way it'll turn, I can toggle on and off with that button. F98. Okay. One. Okay. Okay, those buttons still work. Okay. Mode. Toggle. So these two don't have anything, but everything else is pretty much filled out. Okay, well, I'm going to end the stream momentarily for a few minutes to get ready for the collaboration stream with Lady. So I will be back in about 15 minutes with a new stream. We're going to be playing some Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, and we will continue this so on Thursday. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will see you back here in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah.